Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this third day of the 75th International Astronautical Congress. Day number 3, or Wednesday, always is traditionally our Diversity Day, and it has become almost a tradition that the first plenary is organized by our next generation, the so-called Next Generation Plenary, and this is also the case today. The topic, or the title of this plenary, is Intelligent Space, Big Data, Advanced Algorithms, and Autonomous Robotics in Space. The Next Generation Plenary will especially focus on how intelligent systems can operate in the space environment, where there is less data, greater communication distances, and a more extreme environment. For the robotic system, the plenary will also showcase voices from those who are interested in data-driven governance, combating data-based biases, artificial intelligence ethics or laws, regulations and policies of using automation for space environments. You will also again have the opportunity to ask questions to our panels through our Slido system, and maybe we can bring up the slide with the QR code if you don't have it yet. But now, without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this session, Mr. Ewan Reid. Ewan is founder and CEO of Mission Control, a Canadian space company that develops software for Earth, Moon, and Mars. Previously, he was a mission controller for 10 of the last 12 space shuttle missions at Mission Control at NASA JSC, and designer of lunar rovers for the Canadian Space Agency and NASA. At Mission Control, he leads the team that was the first in the world to send a deep learning AI to the moon, and he will also be announcing today a new AI mission at a press conference at 2:30 in the afternoon. Please join me in a round of applause for Ewan Reid.
Thank you very much, and what a great honor to be sharing this stage today with such a great selection of up-and-coming space leaders in intelligent space. So first we have Dr. Shreya Santra. We have PhD candidate Jack Naylor, PhD candidate Golda Wynn, Dr. Kirk Hovell, and Dr. Dimitri Stafudi. And first, we're going to start with Shreya, if you could say a few words.
Good morning to everyone here today. I'm Shreya Santra, Assistant Professor of Space Robotics at Tohoku University in Japan, and I'm excited to be on this stage with my amazing co-panelists. As humanity ventures beyond the cradles of Earth, we must continue to harvest the power of robotic technology that can guide and navigate us in our celestial journey. At the Space Robotics Lab, we develop heterogeneous forms of robots and intelligent control strategies for space applications. We design modular robots that can autonomously identify, extract, and process in situ resources that are crucial for scientific research, for energy production, as well as for the construction of habitats that are as a precursor for human presence on Moon and Mars. A major part of my work focuses on integrating machine learning methods on multi-modular planetary robots that can enable them for real-time fault detection as well as to adapt to the environment through advanced perception and coordination and planning in a multi-agent system setup. We then test these robots in analog sites as well as the virtual simulators that we built in our lab. Smart autonomous systems, we know that they really have the capability to improve the efficiency and speed while minimizing the risk and costs involved with the planetary missions. However, there are a lot of challenges in designing these intelligent systems, including designing robust controllers or power-efficient, stable AI algorithms. And I'm excited here to talk about my experience and vision on how these intelligent space systems can play a crucial role and play a very pivotal role in ensuring humans' presence in a more safe and sustainable way in space. Thank you.
Thanks, Shreya. Jack?
Good morning. My name is Jack Naylor, and I'm a PhD candidate with the Australian Centre for Robotics at the University of Sydney. My research is focused on developing representations of a robot's surroundings by modelling light to enable new ways robotic systems can see and interact with the world under complex and changing conditions like those found in space. The next milestone in our space journey lies in our ability to create platforms which can sense, think, and act autonomously, and I'm delighted to be here to explore these ideas with you today. Our use of space is about to change rapidly. From on-orbit inspection, maintenance, and refueling, more spacecraft monitoring our planet, and everything we need to support human lunar activities. Whilst our access to space continues to become easier, the challenges of an increasingly congested environment and the limits of human oversight call for next-generation onboard capabilities. New sensors, algorithms, and ways of interpreting data will drive much of this change. Unfortunately, many of the environmental challenges and risk factors seen in space can also be found here on Earth. In my work, new radiance-based representations, which include dynamic appearance, and sensors like event cameras, not only help us to tackle the challenges of drones navigating around reflections in urban environments, but they can help us to autonomously inspect damage and dock satellites in the presence of direct reflections and deep shadows. Importantly, these innovations will rely on multidisciplinary and international efforts to create robust and safe solutions. The same onboard computation and algorithms which handle autonomy in the Australian outback could help us to avoid catastrophic anomalies during rendezvous in orbit. Our capabilities in terrestrial robotics hold the key to not only addressing these challenges, but redefining what space systems should be capable of. Not only will this help us to protect assets and extend missions with high precision and lower risk, but it will yield the data and insights needed to develop our future space capabilities. This is the age of intelligent space systems, and I'm excited to discuss this here with the panel today.
Thank you, Jack. And we're going to go with Golda next.
Good morning. Thanks for making it out in the rain as well. I took a little bit of a slippery walk here. But good morning. My name is Golda Wang. I'm a PhD candidate at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and I work at the intersection of bioastronautics, behavioral science, and human-centered AI. I'm excited to be on this panel here today to actually bring a perspective on human-centered AI and thinking about intelligent systems that don't always replace humans, but actually work in concert with humans. I'm here today because my research is actually focused on using AI-centered techniques, or human-centered AI techniques, to build psychological resilience for our crews that will go into deep spaceflight missions. Space is a beautiful and inspiring place, but make no mistake, it is a hostile environment. When we send astronauts up to the station, and as we envision these futures of Moon and Mars exploration, astronauts will be going into isolated, confined, and extreme environments for long durations of time that will be physically and psychologically demanding for them. To live and work in those environments for those periods of time, they need the clinical support to enable them to operate effectively and efficiently to conduct their mission objectives. And the work I do is focused on augmenting that clinical support when clinicians and patients can't share the same space. Those are in scenarios like spaceflight, but they're also in scenarios right here on Earth where patients may not have geographical or socioeconomic access to clinical care. In my work, I actually study how individual, environmental, and linguistic markers can be used to assess mental state and how conversational AI can support healthy behaviors to counteract these detrimental effects of isolation. In my work, I've conducted research on populations, both in space analogs, like the Mars Desert Research Station, but also in analogous everyday environments, like patients during the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm excited to be here to think about this vision of sending thousands, millions of people living and working in space. But to do that, we need the clinical tools to support them, and I think health informatics and human-centered autonomy and AI can help us build that future. So thanks for having me, and excited for this conversation.
Thank you, Golda. Kirk?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. My name is Kirk Halvel. I'm the co-founder and CTO of the Canadian startup company Obruta Space Solutions. Prior to founding Obruta, I got my PhD in aerospace engineering from Carleton University in Canada, where I adapted deep reinforcement learning, a type of AI, to the spacecraft community. This enabled spacecraft to learn on their own how to solve problems, instead of needing humans to tell them how to solve problems. I applied this to the spacecraft proximity operations and docking scenario. Proximity operations are when one spacecraft operates near another one, and safe proximity operations are a necessary prerequisite for spacecraft refueling or space debris removal. Spacecraft proximity operations and docking aren't new, but doing them autonomously and at scale is. Traditionally, a large team of folks would be commanding one spacecraft to fly up and dock with another one, but in the future, with autonomous spacecraft, one person could instead monitor many spacecraft dockings. What makes autonomous proximity operations difficult? Well, one part is getting one spacecraft to sense another spacecraft using cameras. One spacecraft must image the other and process camera images on board in real time on underpowered spacecraft computers to figure out how far the other spacecraft is. Traditionally, this has been impossible. But with the advances in AI and big data, this is now just becoming a reality. My vision for the future includes spacecraft that fly around and dock with each other autonomously, refueling, repairing, or removing space debris, delivering and receiving cargo. How many spacecraft will be docking in the future? I predict hundreds of these dockings per day. And the way we get there is through autonomy and AI. Making spacecraft fly themselves is a transformational technology and is the foundation upon which the in-orbit economy will be built. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. Dimitra?
Good morning, buongiorno. I'm Dimitra Stefoudi. I am an assistant professor at Leiden University at the International Institute of Air and Space Law, where I research and teach on space law and policy, and I provide advice on the regulation of space activities. I'm very happy to be part of this panel because I get to share the stage with the impressive people that you heard before, but also because I get to speak about something I'm very passionate about, and that is space law. And I know that law is not the first thing that comes to our mind when we're speaking about space activities, but it does have the potential to influence how space activities develop, and I think this is why it deserves a little bit of our attention at least. When we're speaking about space law, we speak about the rules that tell us what we can and cannot do in outer space, and how actors involved in space activities should conduct themselves. Eventually, it includes some limitations, granted, but this is essential to protect legitimate interests, especially as more actors are getting involved in the space sector and we do more innovative things out there, because this is ultimately a way to guarantee sustainable development. In my research, I focus mostly on satellite applications and particularly the regulation and policy of space big data. In the context of intelligent systems, space big data is what allows us to automate, to predict, to conduct analytics at a scale that we are not able to do with conventional, so to speak, data. In order to realize the potential of space big data, we certainly need first and foremost the data. On one hand, we do have several satellite systems that provide us with Earth observation data, GNSS data, increasingly also connectivity. But on the other hand, we have some laws that may limit how we can use, access, distribute this data. To give a couple of examples, we may face intellectual property implications that may allow us, may not actually allow us to create value-added products from the data, or if we do create them, we are not able to further disseminate them. Or we may come across cybersecurity regulations that require us to take specific measures to guarantee that we have the flow of data that we need. But that is just to give you a flavor of the role that law is playing in this regard. I'm very much looking forward to discussing this further in this panel and see what space big data can do in our quest for developing space activities and especially enhancing the benefits we get from these activities and, of course, the role of the law in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dimitra. I'm really excited to hear the conversation that follows now. Shreya, I'm going to start with you. What are the advantages of introducing intelligent autonomy in planetary exploration?
Thank you. That's a very good question. So now, as we go on with the private and commercial activities in space as well as on the moon or Mars, we are looking into multi-agent systems working together and doing certain operations like setting up habitats or deploying infrastructures. And here is where we need the autonomy and proper coordination between the agents. This helps them to adapt to the situation, to the dynamic environment, as well as this can be scaled between the agents so that the skills can be transferred between them. So we really need to focus more on how the multi-agent systems can coordinate together and be in a much safer and intelligent way they can do their tasks.
Thanks, Shreya. Golda, I'm going to come to you next with the same question from first robotics to the human perspective. So for you, what are the advantages of introducing intelligent autonomy in planetary exploration?
Yeah, so this is on. Yeah, so I think in terms of planetary exploration, I think I come from the side of if we're thinking of human interplanetary exploration, and as we're thinking about sending people deeper into space, I think all of you know about the communication delay between Earth to Moon, Earth to Mars. That's 5 to 20 minutes one way. That means 40 minutes at most round trip. And then you think about you send a message back to Earth. They got to talk about it too. So then that's probably another 10, 15 minutes to deliberate and then send that message back. So that hour communication is not feasible or practical, especially in emergency scenarios. We think about medical emergencies. Crews need to be independent or predominantly independent. And so having autonomous support capabilities, intelligent systems that are helping them make decisions, execute procedures and tasks, those will have to be embedded onto a vehicle or habitat system. Otherwise, you're solely relying on the human crew member to have all that knowledge and information to execute their entire mission, which is such an intense workload and cognitive load that could be sustainable for a short mission, but if you're talking a long, multi-year mission, that's not sustainable. So I think this development of both autonomy and intelligent systems goes hand in hand with human-centered systems, where if we're going to improve our capabilities for autonomy, that will actually lower the workload for our crew members, but that has to work in concert with each other.
Yeah, amazing. So, and you mentioned embedded, and that leads into the technology, and that flows to my next question, which is both for Jack and for Kirk. So, Jack, I'll start with you. How do you see space-grade computing affecting your field?
I think space-grade computing is the real enabler that we need. So when we think about doing things in space, there's the case of planetary exploration, where we can send a lot of stuff with the system itself. But what we're seeing is, particularly with our reliance on onboard intelligence and edge computing, we can really bring a lot of that, we need that decision-making on board, essentially. For really difficult tasks, for really difficult problems, even here on Earth, we take that off the system itself, process it in a data center, and have some communications relay to be able to do that. In space, that's more difficult, particularly as you get further and further and further from the Earth. So being able to develop onboard computing capabilities that we know are going to be safe, that we know are going to be reliable, that are able to take all the data that we can capture off a system, make a decision, and then interact or perform some action, I think is really critical. We're well on the way. I think we've still got a bit of a road to get to a point where that computation is starting to get to the point where it can interact just purely autonomously on its own. But I think once we hit that, that's the critical enabler. That's really what's going to power intelligent space systems into the future.
Kirk?
Yeah, and I very much agree with what Jack said. We need to have spacecraft making decisions for themselves and processing data on board in real time. This will increase safety and autonomy of satellite systems. And really, typically, space-grade computers have been lacking in their abilities due to radiation hardening needs and whatnot. But nowadays, we're seeing GPUs now being available in space, just as of recently being available. And so we can start to do some AI processing on board. Now, it's still much scaled down compared to what we were able to do on Earth, but we're just sort of at the very beginning of being able to make some of these calculations on board spacecraft in space.
Yeah, thanks, Kirk. So we talked a little bit about advantages of intelligence. We've talked about some of the hardware, but let's take a slightly different perspective and think about law and regulation. So for you, Dimitra, what is the relevance of law and regulation in the development of intelligent systems?
I spoke a little bit earlier about the limitations mainly of law, just to make a strong point about the relevance of law in this discussion. And I think, though, that the contribution of law is in enabling actually all of these things to happen. And I see this enabling in a two-fold manner. One is using the regulation we have to enable the launching of those systems in outer space. And the role of the regulation may be crucial because those are mostly new activities. They are not the same as the communication or the Earth observation satellites we are used to launch into outer space. So the law can play a role there. We see a lot of countries around the world adopting their own national legislation, addressing some of these issues, and therefore enabling all these activities to happen in a lawful, and let me also underline again, sustainable manner. That's also another contribution, I believe, of the law. But on the downstream side, so that's happening upstream, we're launching all those systems. On the downstream side, the contribution of the law, I believe, lies in enabling sharing of information, sharing of data, cooperation. We see that very much in systems that are publicly funded. If I can take an example from Earth observation again, with the EU space program or with Landsat, we have minimal to no restrictions in sharing data, doing whatever we need with data. But it's mostly commercial players that at the moment are the main suppliers of the data that we need. And then we see other restrictions, some of which are grounded in law. And I think there we need a little bit more work to remove some of those restrictions with preserving, of course, commercial interests and so on. But the law, I believe, is just an underpinning of this whole discussion. And it involves limitations, but we're moving toward understanding the challenges and regulating them accordingly.
Well, thank you. It's really interesting. And so for Shreya, a question for you. Presuming that we get the policy, the law, the regulatory environment in place, how would you imagine the scenario of planetary robotics in the 10 to 15-year time frame?
Thank you. So as Golda already mentioned, we want to have robots which are human-centric, working together with astronauts and other space travelers. So what I see is having modular, reconfigurable robots that can actually build infrastructures or work with the astronauts for building habitats and transporting tasks and building up rocket launchers and rocket launch pads. We know that we cannot really send a lot of payloads in space. It's very expensive, it's very hard. So the way to go would be modularity, where we can send modules that can reconfigure and do the tasks that they are supposed to do, and they can adapt to the environment, they can adapt to the tasks that they have to do.
Yeah, thank you. Golda, a question for you. This panel is intelligent space, right? And I know I experience this all the time. There's people asking questions. What's autonomy, AI, deep learning? All these things are kind of used interchangeably, and it can be confusing. From your perspective, what are the differences between automation, autonomy, AI, and then where does your work fit into that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think actually when I applied to this panel, I wasn't actually sure if they would want me, because I think when we think about autonomy in space, I think we're mostly thinking about like autonomous navigation, autonomous satellite docking, and robotics, but where does the human come in? And it's something that's really, I think all of us coming from academic fields, we see this discourse both in academia, but actually especially the public discourse around AI in the last few years as conversational AI has come into the public conversation, and I think especially in my work leveraging conversational AI. So I think the way I boiled it down is automation is like so let's take the example of a car. Automation is like your cruise control. You set your car to a specific speed that you want it to drive at. Your car understands how to put the car in gear to drive at that speed for a set period of time. Autonomy is then adding a level of non-user input that then the car itself is maybe saying, your Waymos out here, your self-driving vehicles, it's adaptively saying, I want to set the car to this speed based on these conditions around me. I have some decision-making or perception capabilities to make that decision. AI, or sort of artificial intelligence, to me is bringing in what we consider a traditional like human intelligence level of processing or understanding or generation of output. So that would be like if your car is then going to start talking to you and saying, oh, hey, Ewan, it seems like you want to go to the Duomo today. Here's the fastest route. Do you agree? And so having that kind of being able to process that conversation and then respond and then provide those translate those inputs into a system readable input that the car understands, because the car doesn't understand natural language, but then you can translate that into different mechanical or electrical inputs. So that's generally how I break down those differences. The thing is that those Venn diagrams, or it's really an overlap of all those different circles that a lot of us operate in. And so I think the work I do sometimes lives in automation autonomy land. And then when I bring in a human user, usually then that starts to go into AI, machine learning, deep learning land.
Okay, thanks for that, Golda. Yeah, it's really, really fascinating. And it leads me to a question for you, Jack. So Golda talked about there the level going from automation to autonomy and talked about inputs coming in. And so from your perspective, where do the challenges exist in developing autonomous space systems in the sense of the technology? Where are the bottlenecks? Is it the sensors? Is it the data? You talked about computation being an enabler. Where is it?
I think it's a whole range of things. So, when we look at space, it's a complex environment in and of itself. We've got this real challenge where everything up there is very difficult to do, and we have to make sure that it gets done right. So sensors, I think, one of the main things that at the moment we've kind of stuck very, very safe and steady. But I think there's a whole lot more we can exploit there. My lab, for example, is very much involved in developing novel sensors that are suited to particular tasks. The challenge in space is we like things to work, right? We like that flight heritage. So I think The real challenge is not necessarily any one of those components, but it's dealing with the risks of trying something new and doing that in a way that we can then enable that innovation and we can start to really change how things get done. So that means that being able to have platforms where we can try new algorithms, try new models, see how they perform, really benchmark them and work out where we can improve and iterate along the line. That's, I think, the key bottleneck at the moment. Being able to have that experimentation, develop these new systems, test them really rigorously, and then be able to deploy them on a much wider scale. That's the critical step, I think. Once we've got that, in combination with computing and having sensors suited to the environment, amongst being able to leverage all that data that we can collect, that's the insights we need to have that innovation.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. That's a great answer. Kirk, I'm going to come to you next. You talked about rendezvous proximity operations and docking and different applications that you're looking at your innovative startup. Just take a step back. Why do we need autonomy in space for this?
Yeah, that's a good question. And really, with the falling costs of getting to space, it's really changing the paradigm of how folks are looking to use space in the future. And many governments are also interested in on-orbit servicing, so instead of just sending up a new spacecraft every time it fails, it's much more sustainable and now economical to refuel or repair them. But if we want to have this sort of bustling economy of goods and services being interacting in space, we do need autonomy for really three main reasons: safety, scalability, and bandwidth. For safety, we need to be processing data on board the spacecraft in real time. There's simply not the time to be sending data down to the ground, analyzing it, and sending back up, especially once we have greater separation distances and we have delays in that data transmission. So for highest levels of safety, we need to be having more autonomy and processing data on board. For scalability, again, if we're going to be having hundreds of these spacecraft docking every day, it would be very difficult to have huge teams of folks piloting these spacecraft. We need to have a higher level of autonomy where the humans can more so be monitoring the performance of these types of systems. And then for bandwidth reasons as well, there's so much data being generated during these proximity operations and docking scenarios that it's just too difficult or too expensive to be streaming down huge amounts of data constantly. It's much easier to develop an autonomy system to avoid that limitation. So really, safety, scalability, and bandwidth constraints are why I see the need for autonomy.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Kirk. So for you, Dimitra, we've heard now from everybody there's a need for this autonomy. There's technology that can facilitate it, whether it's planetary exploration, prox ops, human exploration. And you've talked about the relevance of law and regulation. Well, then a question about timing. Should the regulation precede the technological development, or should it go the other way around?
That is the most dangerous question you could ask me, perhaps in this context, because technology is moving very, very fast. I'm not sure whether there is one golden solution, but we have to acknowledge that the law is moving very slow compared to technology. That's why sometimes we may need to preemptively regulate to ensure at least a minimum level of standards. But doing that, first of all, we have to understand that it's minimum, and we see how technology goes further. And second, we have to understand that it should be limited to what is very necessary to regulate. And that's why we're seeing around the world and also on international level that instead of adopting binding laws, especially in areas that are really moving very fast, we are developing standards, we are developing guidelines, we are developing similar soft law instruments that allow us to understand some needs that have to be somewhat regulated, but at the same time allowing the technology to develop in a certain extent. If I can make a comment, having heard everyone before me, it's always very difficult for any regulation or any person coming to tell you while you're developing your technology that, sorry, this is not going very, very well. So it's better to involve the regulatory consideration earlier in the process, whether we end up regulating or not, at least acknowledging it and see how that goes.
Okay, interesting. For the audience, I'd remind everyone that there is the Slido app active. I've got some questions coming in. We're going to have a few minutes towards the end of the discussion to go to audience questions. So if you've been engaged so far and interested in what folks are saying, please post some questions and I'll filter through and ask them to our panelists. For Shreya, I'm going to come back to you and ask you, from your perspective, how important do you believe it is to equip young engineers and scientists with the skills that are needed to create a sustainable and, again, intelligent space future?
Thank you for the question, and that's a great follow-up to what Dimitra mentioned. As the technology is moving really fast and space is not left behind, and we are looking into distributed autonomy and evolutionary robotics and planetary explorations and sensors, it's very important that interoperability exists between the agents and between the stakeholders. And that's where scaling up and understanding what's going on in the technology sector is very important, so that they can share the information, share the knowledge between each other, and know that their interfaces can interoperate with each other. That's one thing. And most importantly, we are looking into sustainable space exploration. We are looking into long-term exploration. So to ensure the sustainability, we have to be sure that we are really ready. The young engineers and the scientists are ready to move forward, and they are aware of the technology, science, as well as the legal implications that are involved in this. So this is a very important topic, and we should all be very updated and be skilled with the fast-moving AI and machine learning.
Yeah, okay. Golda, I'm going to come to you next. Where do you see the need for human-centered AI versus AI systems that are more intended to kind of replace humans?
Yeah, no, I think that question, I think a lot of the panelists in these answers so far have really touched on where does autonomy and AI that is meant to not involve a human operator, so like on-orbit servicing. Hubble telescope, we sent astronauts to do that servicing, and every time they step out of a vehicle, EVAs, they look cool, they're awesome, I would love to do one day, but that is an incredible high-level risk activity that we are sending crew members to that I think is not necessary, especially in this day and age, as we're really advancing robotic operation and teleoperation. So those really critically thinking about what is the risk to human life and what is the value return for sending a human to do activities. I think it is really interesting and promising to look at the interest in commercial space stations these days and thinking about how we can do on-orbit science, particularly for pharmaceutical and drug development, and thinking about if scientists could go up on those stations and be able to conduct the research that they've been wanting to do because that microgravity environment is incredibly unique and could deliver solutions that you can't make on Earth. I think those are scenarios where supporting those crew members with autonomous systems and AI and building those systems to meet their needs are really valuable. But in these other sort of, both in terms of low Earth orbit and exploratory missions to Moon and Mars, I think kind of Shreya's point of having both human robotic systems that are in sync with each other and actually in development together in parallel and in conversation is what's really critical if we're going to start sending humans to those distances. So yeah, I think each application space requires some really critical evaluation of where does the human fit in, and if they do, we really need to center them up front.
Yeah, okay. It's really, really fascinating. Jack, I'm going to come to you and ask a specific question that you maybe can answer as opposed to some of the other panelists. In Australia, the space sector is really growing rapidly. It's really exciting. A lot of it is built on kind of expertise in robotics, and I'm just wondering how you think that's going to contribute to this new era of intelligent space.
Yeah, I think it's going to contribute substantially. And the reason why I think that is Australia, we've had a really fast-moving space sector for about the last 10 years now. And year on year, it keeps going. But the thing that I kind of recognise, and I think a lot of people in Australia do as well, is that a lot of that growth is built on a really long history in robotics and associated areas as well. We've got some pretty unique challenges in Australia, pretty similar challenges to what you might find on the surface of Mars. And I think that means that we're pretty uniquely positioned to deal with those challenges and transfer them between that terrestrial domain and the space-based domain. As well, we've really focused on building robotic capabilities, working alongside humans as well, so in manufacturing and things like that. So I think we've got a really strong part to play, and being able to leverage that expertise and apply it to this new domain on the international stage, that's going to be a really, really strong part. And I hope everything going forward has some Australian piece of technology that's leveraging that expertise as we move into this exciting intelligent space age.
Okay, thanks, Jack. For you, Kirk, we've heard a lot about the different words here, AI, autonomy, automation. A few times in Dimitra's opening, she mentioned big data, and I think big data is a part of this in terms of training some of these technologies. So in the context of spacecraft docking and what you're focused on, where does big data play?
Yeah, so big data is critical. When we hear about, the name of this talk, big data, advanced algorithms, and autonomous robots, if we want autonomous robots and advanced algorithms, we need big data. Big data is really the foundation upon which those other two items are trained and built. And in the spacecraft docking context, it's sort of a new area, and there's not a ton of data out there at the moment, but the amount of data collected during each mission is enormous. Just, you can imagine all the sensors, many cameras, GPS, event-based cameras like Jack was mentioning, just creating tremendous amounts of data, which can all be fed into these advanced systems for training. And the more of these autonomous operations we do, the larger our bucket of data grows, and the better that our autonomous robotics can become.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go to some of these really interesting questions I've got from the audience. There are a few that seem to center around the theme of trustworthiness, of trustworthy AI, a little bit related also to the verification and validation process. Kind of how do we know this is going to work? But the one that I think is really interesting is, given these are critical functions, who is responsible in the case of default? And this one's been upvoted a lot. I think a lot of people are interested in this. So Dimitra, maybe I'll go to you. Where does the responsibility lie if something doesn't go the way we planned with an autonomous system?
Whoever gives you a good response to that wins the argument. We're talking very much about this particular question in the discussion surrounding AI that really takes the center stage of regulatory discussions lately in many parts of the world. There are several options, and we have to tailor those options to the system we have in mind. And we cannot only blame the system, because that will not give us anything. If you want the system to do something and the system doesn't do it, and you blame the system, you get nothing back. If you blame the entity that created the system, it may be unfair, because this entity creates the system to be used in various contexts, so that is counterintuitive to keep developing this. You may want to kind of blame the entities that contributed in the development. It's usually not only just one company, one organization creating an entire system. You may want to blame the user, especially when we're speaking about specific technologies. The way you use them really makes a difference if you use them for a purpose for which they were not built, or for something that the intelligence system is not meant to do. Maybe the fault is on you. We don't have the answer at the moment. I think that it's better to look into the user or into the several stages of creating the system, not to put the blame, but to hold the standards high and to be able to trace back where the fault is. In that sense, we need not a regulation, maybe a guidance to tell us, please keep an eye on what's happening, to be able to appoint responsibility, however you want to call it. But this way, it goes both ways. This way, you can also find the mistake, understand whose fault it was, and improve the technology as well. So it's kind of a circle.
A complex circle. Yeah. Okay, I've got an interesting one here. Gold, I'm going to bring it to you, and I think it's relevant to me and to everyone in the room here. This morning, I picked up our certificate for mission control as being an IAF diversity supporter, something we think is really important. And the question says, this is a very international panel with everyone working in English as the lingua franca. So facing a future with more diverse spacefarers, how likely do you think it is that English human-machine interfaces will exclude people who are not proficient in English?
Ooh, that's a great question, because I think that's a conversation that's happening in the conversational AI space right now of we're building all of these chatbots, and they're all being built in different languages, and there's so much different cultural context in how human behavior changes based on you interpreting that it's an AI system and how you yourself might respond in a different cultural environment. And I think it's something we talk about of if we're gonna send these international crews to, we're talking about these international crews to Moon and Mars, they will need to both team together and understand the different cultures and customs that they're coming from. And I suspect their home agencies or their home entities will hopefully build support tools that can be functional for all crew members, both in the shared cultural context that they'll have to develop and create as a team, but then for individual contexts where that's the personalization that hopefully informatics, big data can give us to tailor tools to each crew member and their needs. But then there needs to be a shared understanding of how we interpret a shared tool. So that's why I think it's important to have the users in the conversation as we're designing these tools, as we're designing the regulations, and we're talking about where does blame lie. Hopefully it is kind of dispersed across, or that when there is blame to be had, we have clear solutions that don't really provide more detriment to the user, even if they are at fault, but really centering how do we have this design, a co-design as we're building these tools so that the users actually have the content that they need.
I like that idea, that co-design and user-centric design, and it's a great question, whoever asked it out there. It's great to see such a big audience. It's obviously an important topic, and I think for us all as an industry, a community, to enable the broadest participation, we want to think about it. So that's great. There's another question here that's been upvoted a lot about whether there's research or industry looking at onboard intelligence, task planning, scheduling. I'd extend that to image classification, et cetera. I won't actually give that to the panelists. I'll just say, if you want to know from an industry perspective about an exciting upcoming AI mission, my company has a press release at 2:30. So that's the answer to that question. And then from there, I'm going to go to Jack and Kirk, specifically called out from another question here. Kirk, maybe I'll start with you first. What do you think is the potential and the challenges of modular space systems, given that that's a growing element within space robotics and ISAM?
Absolutely. Yeah, modular space systems can address complex needs in ways that our current spacecraft can't. So there's certainly a lot of promise in them to be able to reconfigure for new missions, even attach new modules to upgrade systems on board. There's been a lot of interest in sort of the cybersecurity community of being able to upgrade components on board a spacecraft, which can certainly be helped with on-orbit servicing and docking, but reconfiguring certainly adds a huge complexity to spacecraft. And we need a number of, say, docking ports to be able to actually connect components together easily and with standards. There's a number of standards organizations out there trying to develop best practices for these type of docking connectors. And like we were talking about earlier, there's no, regulations are not prescribing you must use these certain docking connectors. It's really letting the industry determine which one is best, and then it'll likely be adopted sort of as like a USB standard that everyone just sort of adopts.
Jack, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think modular space systems are really going to be how we end up with a mostly sustainable space industry. I'll say mostly there to cover myself. But I think that if we have that capability where if something breaks, we don't just need to go up and fix the whole spacecraft. Maybe we just swap out a component and slot a new one in. All of a sudden, that's a whole new paradigm in how we actually maintain space systems as well. Some of my colleagues back in Sydney, we floated around the idea at the lunch table one day about the idea of, well, what happens if you're done with a satellite, but it still might have usefulness to someone else? Could you go up? Could you take all your software and everything off and then slot in a new computer and sell it on to someone else? Whether that's something that we'll ever end up with. But I think that kind of mindset of being able to go through and replace things, maintain things in a lot more easy to interface with kind of way, that's where we're headed. And that's a really exciting space or direction to be headed in.
Yeah, okay. Shreya, I've got one for you. I saw this slide that you presented. There was a picture of a rover. And so this question says, what potentially useful scientific information, I suppose, or data, could be lost when you have more onboard processing and you're not maybe sending all the data to the ground? What's the risk there?
Yeah, so when we do the mission planning, we have to be very strategic at the very beginning, what kind of data we are looking into and how much of the data has to be transmitted downstream. However, with the advancing autonomy and the edge devices becoming more advancing and the more storage, it's possible to also store them on board and have relay satellites or relay spacecrafts with other agencies or other agents that are there and transfer that data back to Earth or back to the control station. If we are losing the data, I guess we just have to accept that we can either imitate that data with the other data that we have, and we can regenerate the data, so we can simulate it as well. So I think that's the main idea. We cannot, space is hard, we cannot expect everything to go absolutely as planned, and we just have to address that in a more strategic manner and see what we can actually achieve.
And if I could just add to that for a moment, there are even some scenarios where folks do not want their data to leave their spacecraft. And so we can keep the data on board the spacecraft and maybe train some machine learning models on board and just export those back down to Earth so that the data never really leaves the spacecraft, but the insights can leave the spacecraft.
That's really, really interesting. Thanks for adding that, Kirk, and thanks for the answer, Shreya. We're coming up to the end. We have a couple more minutes. Dimitri, I'm going to go back to you. So for space law, which is the first step to trace a common line of agreement among different states if each of them has different levels of technology and different short and long-term objectives?
Not if, they do, that is a fact. The first step is for the states, I would say, to share their perspectives so that we understand what everyone is doing. The second step is to go to one of the international organizations we have, or maybe the international organization we have dealing with space-related matters. The UN has a committee on the peaceful uses of outer space that has two subcommittees. One is scientific and technical, where people with that background go and share ideas about how to develop their technologies, what's the future of space exploration, and so on. And a legal subcommittee where we see mostly the strategy and the future of regulation. So that is the first step. Come together, share our ideas, and see what common ground we find. That is, of course, a very noble purpose. It doesn't always happen this way, or it doesn't happen that fast. But this is the first step. This is how we have come in the past, but we're talking several decades ago, with international agreements on space regulation. And in the future, if we do have international law, we will likely, on space, we will likely follow this process.
Thank you for that. We're pretty much at time here. I'm wondering if any of the panelists have any last minute, last comments that they want to make. No? All right, well, that's okay, because we only have 17 seconds left, so I was going to cut you off anyway. So really interesting discussion. Thank you very much for all the panelists and for such a great attendance today here at the IAC. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
제가 보내드렸어요. 안내만 하고. 안 하면 안 될까요? Hi everyone, so we'll be doing our dry run for our afternoon innovation final pitch competition. So if you want to stick around, you can also watch, but we'll be starting right away. So for the finalists or the second round winners, please move to the right area, and our team will be guiding you on the order of seating arrangement. 제가 뽑을 수 있어요. 네, 여기서 뽑을 거예요.
한번 수정하려고 제가 공간 이따가 제가 수정해가지고 보내드릴게요.
Climate change is here and is real. Its effects are becoming more visible every passing year, threatening our societies and the future generations. As human impacts on the environment continue to worsen the situation, it is high time to change our policies. To do so, climate knowledge and action must rely on accurate and readily available data. Space technologies and satellite data have been developing over the past decades with a near real-time monitoring of our planet. They are now mature enough to translate into insightful tools for decision makers and citizens. Space agencies, scientists, public and private entities from many countries have gathered together into the Space for Climate Observatory as an answer to the dynamisms and the commitment of the space ecosystem. Since its establishment in 2019 by the President of the French Republic, this initiative has accelerated the development of numerous digital tools to help local population towards climate adaptation, mitigation, and monitoring actions. These applications cover a wide range of environmental issues across the globe, including extreme weather events such as hurricanes and floods, biodiversity losses due to habitat destruction, increase of heat islands in densely populated areas, and widespread tropical deforestation driven by agriculture and logging. As an international network fostering cooperation, it fosters the sharing of knowledge and methodologies. As such, our projects can easily be adapted from one geographical area to another. Since 2022, this alliance is founded on an international charter and is open to broad participation to fully enhance its role. We will collaborate to make satellite data and knowledge more accessible to users. With the Space for Climate Observatory, the space sector rises to the challenge of climate change.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this afternoon plenary. You have been already emerged to the topic. This plenary is titled Observing the Earth, Serving Our Societies, Space in the Age of Climate Change. Today's panel will explore the vital role of space observations in addressing climate change. As satellite technologies advance, it offers unprecedented insights into critical environmental indicators such as atmospheric dynamics, ocean currents, and deforestation. Today's panelists, representing a very diverse range of sectors and geographical areas, will discuss how data from space is transformed into actionable information for decision makers. And to moderate this session, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage Laurence Monnoyer-Smith, Head of Sustainable Development of the French Space Agency, CNES. Laurence, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us during this plenary. As we have been introduced with this film, this afternoon, we will discuss and focus on the key role played by various actors along the value chain of producing of service to users using spatial data. As you're very aware of, space industry and scientific community is mobilized on a daily basis to produce data and services to citizens, to communities, and to decision makers to adapt and fight against climate change. So to discuss these issues this afternoon, I'm extremely honored to welcome during this plenary session, all the guests, you have this on this slide, so please welcome Philippe Baptiste, who is Chairman and CEO of CNES, Simonetta Celli, Director of Earth Observation Programs and Head of ESRI in ESA, Roberto Formaro, Director of Engineering and Technologies Directorate in ASI, Madame Florence Rabier, Director General of the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts, Giovanni Silos Lambini, CEO of Planetech Italia, Andrea Taramelli, who's Italian National Delegate within the European Commission Copernicus User Forum, and Mr. Michael Ford, who's Chief Scientist for Environmental Satellites within NOAA. We have a wonderful panel this afternoon. So now we are going to, as we're going to tackle the whole value chain of that produce data for service and end users, we're going to start with end users. And I'm going to start the question with our friend within the Copernicus User Forum, because we would like specifically to focus on how Copernicus program meets the main expectation of users in the fight against climate change, and what is the role of Copernicus User Forum? How do we define what we need within the Copernicus User Forum? Mr. Taramelli.
Sorry. So, at European level, at national level, we have set up a scheme based on the regulation of Copernicus, where the users related to climate change can give feedbacks and especially can interact with entrusted entities at European level, both in this case is ECNWF and also European Space Agency, in order to have sort of like vision and discussion what is the parameters and the indexes that need to be studied and implemented at European level. The good part is the fact that we have a sort of like double vision. The fact that Copernicus is a user-driven approach, it's really important because as we all know that it's important to have a specific and temporal, so a complete temporal analysis for climate variables during time. So the thing that users and the community that we have set up, thanks to the user forum, is really making it clear who is in charge at national level and at European level of the public entities that can have policy and policy implementation related to climate change. So at national level, we have set up a specific working group that is dealing with climate change, essential climate variable and discussion. And we have set up a scheme that which are the primary law at national level that has to take into account climate change in terms of reanalysis, but also, forecast. So in this sense, we are using this National User Forum to discuss which are the main goals that we have to take into account for the national implementation. And then we bring this discussion also to European User Forum level. And we have the discussion with the main entrusted entities, that in this case is ECNWF, and we have set up also some national collaboration program in order to do this discussion. And this is really important because what is sometimes not working properly, if also the European Union is just making a framework directive, not taking into account which are the major issues that at national and local level we have to take into account, then you have an evolution of the climate change services that is not completely adapted to what are the real end users. So this is the scheme. So we have a user forum at European level, and we have a national user forum at the national level, where we discuss, and we bring both to the national government and to the European Union, which are the primary needs that has to be taken into account.
Oh, thank you very much. So we're really lucky to have Florence Rabier here with us today, so we can follow on the discussion with her. So what type of services and data are made available within the ECMWF? I need to take a short breath to say that without any mistakes, and to develop those tools. So what types of service? And secondly, how are satellite data integrated directly into your forecasting models? So there's two different steps, what services and how they are integrated, especially to answer to users' needs and questions.
Sure. So at ECMWF, we are operating two climate services on behalf of the EU, the Copernicus Climate Change Service and the Atmosphere Monitoring Service. But we also do weather forecasts for our member states. We have 35 states supporting us. And it all started with our expertise on how we can combine observations with models. So at the moment, every day for weather forecasting, we are using about 100 million observations per day. These are being transmitted from all over the world, in particular thanks to the World Meteorological Organization. And they come from very different sources of information. We use more than 100 streams of satellites coming from different instruments, different platforms. So this is combined with a physics-based numerical model of the planet, so that we can then, from all this knowledge, we can go forward and do predictions for the next days, weeks, and seasonal predictions as well in the context of Copernicus in particular, to plan for agriculture, etc. So this is the weather aspect. But then from this, what we can do as well is run in the context of Copernicus what we call a reanalysis. So it's a bit of a special word, but what it means, we go back in time for decades and we reprocess all the observations, recombine them with the numerical model we have developed for the Earth system, and then we produce a consistent picture of the atmosphere and the ocean, the land, every hour since 1940 until now. This is what we call the reanalysis. So this gives a very consistent view of what the climate is doing, and it's used by many, many sectors. In particular for renewable energy, it's very convenient to know where to put the next wind farms or the next solar farms, etc. And we've just conducted a study recently. It's also not just to know about the climate, but it's really to also have some economic benefits. And in particular, using our reanalysis in Copernicus, we've shown that just the benefits from wind farms, from wind energy, already outweighs the whole cost of the whole program. So that is really just one component, one sector. So yeah, on the slide you can see how the number of satellite streams have increased in time and how we make use of all of them to describe the climate and the future. The last thing I would like to say is that Earth observation is really important in real time, going back in future, but it's also super important to be able to understand our Earth system and to then improve the models that are being used to do seasonal forecasts, but also these climate projections that we do to plan for the future so that we know if we can do mitigation or how to adapt. So observations really come in a lot of what we are doing, and then from there on, a lot of services to the communities.
So what you've just said is that not only you produce data, I mean, thousands, millions of different data, not only you reanalyze it, every time you're developing new models or improving your model. So we have here, for example, with us, and thank you very much for being with us, Giovanni Salo-Slambini, who's CEO of Planetech, and he's a user, one of the users of these many data. Maybe you can tell us a little bit what you're doing, what is Planetech, what you're doing, what type of services you're producing, and maybe how you're using these data and that Copernicus and ECMWF is producing.
Oh, yes. More than talking about Planetech, I prefer to talk about the important industry that is the downstream industry in Europe that transform data in usable information from end user. We serve with more than 200 professionals, several end users, both in the public sector and in the commercial market. With perhaps a different approach from these two sides, because we produce vertical for agriculture, land management, energy and infrastructure, urban planning, and carbon emission monitoring. And if you look, for example, to the carbon emission, there is from one side the need from government to monitor and introduce this kind of service in the operational activity of government. But on the other side, there is a growing interest in company in managing what is called the ESG, so the environment and social governance of the companies. And we exactly produce, using Earth observation data and largely product from SNWF and the other Copernicus activity, this kind of data.
Thank you. So we see, we wanted to insist on the role of defining the needed data in the future. So if I'm coming back to you, Andrea, and how do you plan to involve more the end users to define what will be the needed services tomorrow? And how do we address the future development within the Future of Copernicus program?
One of the things that I think it was already highlighted by Giovanni and by Florence is the fact when we talk about users, we always think that it's, let's say, a unique classification. But if we want to have a real analysis, so we call different type of users. One is the really final end user, like the one that has to make the choice based on the information, not on the data. So this is really important, that the final end user doesn't need the data, needs the information to make the choice. So this is the one that lead the specific requirements. But then we have the data, so we have what we call the intermediate users that allow let's say, the final end user to understand which are the right information that they need and how they can use the information to implement policy. That's why I like the presentation, the slide that Florence was showing, the number of, let's say, satellite data that we are increasing in use in data simulation. The final end user doesn't care about how many satellite data or in situ data are going to be used for the final decision. They want to have the final information. So the thing is that you have to twin the user analysis in like not three separate parts, but in three separate type of users. The one that is represented by Giovanni, so how also much the industry sector can help to translate what is data development, how this data development can be used in terms of translation for the final end user that has to make decision. So we are always underlying in the user forum that this is a joint work, and who is going to deliver the services is not the one that is producing the data. It's very different. So this is the way that we think that the discussion with the user forum, with the enterprise, and with the European entrusted entities has to be stronger and consolidated. This is what we have done also on national level with some national investment, but it's really important not to be confused when you talk to what is the scientific part of the intermediate end user. This is not the final end user. This is someone that really knows about data and helps to translate to the final end user. And you cannot make a market if you miss these three different parts.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what you've said is really accurate, and we'll come back later about this question of how the value chain is building itself in the various countries, because it's not working the same in every country. But I would like to go back to Florence, maybe for a last question. So how do you envision the future? How do you plan to develop and to make the most of satellite data in a near future? What type of tool? What are you building on?
Yeah, so a lot of things, a lot of new tools, in particular in technology, will help us to make more use of satellite information. The first one I want to talk about is these digital twins of the Earth system. So here on the slide, you see planet Earth as seen from a satellite, and on the right-hand side, you can see what we can model at high resolution at ECMWF. From a first glance, you wouldn't know which one is the real satellite image and which one is the one simulated, and this really comes from a forecast. So digital twins, they are really a simulation which is such a high level of accuracy, of resolution, that it has a very high degree of realism. And because of this high degree of realism, you can trust it more, and then you can trust it to plan some what-if scenarios. This is what is being done in particular in the context of the EU initiative Destination Earth. So you can say, what if I planted more trees all over this region? What would it change? What if we would put some reflectance areas? And so this is a very good tool for envisaging what can be done in the future. So definitely digital twins of the Earth. But these use a lot of computing power. We're talking about sustainability. These run on the largest supercomputers in Europe. Another big revolution, which is not common to just our field, but is artificial intelligence. And of course, we've talked about it all over. But for us, machine learning is really something that can complement what we are doing with this big physics-based system. And it's quite new that now we can really do a forecast just with a machine learning forecast or inference, but it is based on all the accumulated knowledge and data, which we have accumulated in particular with the satellites and with Copernicus. But then once you've trained these models on all the satellite and reconstructions from the past, then it runs very quickly and it uses less computer power. So it's a super useful tool. And it's really in its infancy. At ECMWF, we're running one. It's not yet operational, but we already send the products out to users. And actually, a couple of days ago, there was already an article in Newsweek saying how unprecedented quality it was for the tropical cyclone track of Hurricane Milton in the US. So the users are already picking up on it. So I think these two, going to higher, finer physics-based simulation together with artificial intelligence and machine learning will be something we want to combine in the future to make the most of more sustainability and more data. And if I have 1 minute, I would like to say that what really excites us as well in the context of Copernicus is this CO2 monitoring and verification support facility. I think this will be really a game changer. And it will need all our knowledge. It will need new satellites. All the satellites observing greenhouse gases are really useful, but in particular the ones in the context of Copernicus. But then we will also use all our knowledge of the physical system, how the carbon is emitted and absorbed, and also how it's emitted by human people, of course. And this will be another component of where countries can see where their mitigation efforts are, if they are really doing the results as they were expected. Coming from the satellites, we can observe what is going on and in terms of surface emissions, which will be really extremely important in terms of checking what we are doing in the Paris Agreement in particular.
Yeah, thank you. I hope these eyes won't be terrible witnesses of our lack of mobilization, hopefully. I just want to finish this part of this discussion with you, Giovanni. So we've listened to Florence explaining the very innovative tools and that ECMWF is working on. So for Planetech, how do you have started to identify what type of data you will need in the near future? So does this meet with your expectations? Do we do enough for end-user services? So what do you plan to develop as a service?
Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you for this. We like to define ourselves a 30 years old startup. So we changed several times our business model, and we see there is an increasing demand of analytics from Earth observing data, and an increasing demand to have this data with very low latency, so in very short time. For this, we are developing since a few years a concept that in some way translating space design in service, in Earth observation design, what was said a few seconds ago about the digital transformation impact on Earth observation. We are working on the idea of the development of a dedicated Earth observation cloud system in orbit. This will have several important effects in designing a new type of application. Will provide a very low latency and the opportunity also to direct-to-user application, and will make a very big transformation also in the type of user that will interact with us. For downstream company, one of the key points is to look at the user. This was told also by Andrea a few seconds ago, And if the user becomes the machine, we must adapt the way in which we develop our application. So we believe that this will transform the way in which we deliver service, both to public and private entity, and we open a more large use of this kind of information in real-time applications that are related both to civil protection and security and in responding to extreme events, but also to implement a more effective operation from commercial entities.
Thank you. So now we've got a glimpse of users' needs, how it is distributed, how hard we are working on new models and new technologies and future services for adaptation and mitigation. But these data, they have to be produced, they have to be financed. And they involve national and international actors, such as space agencies, organizations dedicated to this. So now I would like to go to the second part of this roundtable and to focus now more on the role of the agencies at the national and international level. I'm going to start with you, Stephen, if you would like. You're chief scientist, yes, it's written here, chief scientist for NOAA. And could you please explain to us how NOAA is integrated in the production of satellite data in end users? So we all share the same understanding of exactly what you're doing. And what specific initiative are you putting into place regarding specifically extreme events? We've just been talking about extreme events. We're all concerned about this. So what is NOAA specifically doing regarding this?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. So NOAA is unique in the fact that it's both a full operational agency of the United States as well as a satellite operator. So NOAA, on a regular basis, will produce daily weather forecasts, severe storm warnings. It will conduct climate monitoring, fisheries management, coastal resilience, and ensure constant monitoring of the Earth system for our people. So NOAA maintains many processes to understand a confluence of user needs. With such a broad mission mandate, it's important that we understand all of the inputs coming in from all of the users, both local governments, but also individuals that want information. So our processes compel us and influence how we plan our satellite missions, how we construct our ground systems. They inspire our science enterprise, which is a broad science enterprise involving many of our cooperative institutes, which encompass leading universities to drive the science that converts our observables into information that resonates with our users from those engagements. These processes involve many engagements with users, where we strive not just to understand the observational requirement, but the specific way in which those users will apply it. So we have a full understanding as we design our systems on orbit and build the science to deliver those. For severe storms, we have produced a next-generation fire system. So the next-generation fire system meets our objectives to detect and track wildland fires, severely extreme events that happen all over the world. The system blends satellite information with weather information to provide key information that's real-time, event-based, and it provides information to make decisions. That system is specifically designed to be compatible and directly connected to downstream emergency applications. So our user engagement enterprise is guiding us to identify what we need to do in next-generation fire, and as well how to apply it, not only the science and the right information, but to guide that information to the specific users in the way in which they want to use it.
So you're really in direct contact with the end user by even initiating this new application, in direct contact with the end users. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. I mean, I think not only the user engagements they're not passive.
Yeah.
They create relationships. Those relationships at times will drive our science and development, drive our systems. But we look for and we reach for co-development where the end user, be it a government agency or an individual is with us as we do it. And that'll ensure that we're hitting the target on each one of the developments that we do and the many products that we do create from our constellations.
Thank you very much. Now we can move to Europe and go to you, Simonetta Celli. Everybody knows you. You're director of the Earth Observation Program within ESA. And could you explain to us what is the specific role that a space agency like ESA is producing satellite data, and especially transforming it into really actionable information for decision maker, because this is the core of what we need today.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. So making sure that the space assets that we have collectively, the national ones, but the European and the international ones from partners, are used, I would say at best, in terms to convert the availability of the information that we have into actionable information for decision makers is essential. It's also part of the core mandate that ESA, being a space agency, has. How do we work? How do we do that? We do it, first of all, looking at, I think we didn't speak too much about that, a science dimension of climate. We have just recently published a new Earth science strategy. We look at gaps in terms of studies, in terms of science objectives that we need to look at. Those are part of the overall user requirements that we need to collect when we define and we plan for new space missions. And that's exactly what we do in ESA. We look at user requirements of various different types. We look at the scientific ones in terms of science gap. We look at those of SABSTA in the context of UNFCCC, so what type of measurements are needed and what type of space solutions can be provided with the infrastructure and the missions that we have to develop. Today, I think worldwide, ESA is in fact at the forefront in terms of number of missions planned and in operations to support climate change overall. And we have meteorological missions with EUMETSAT, we have the Copernicus, we spoke about it already, but we also have the science mission, which are the Explorer missions. And even just today, this morning, we presented as the initial science results of a fantastic mission that's contributing to climate change. It's called EarthCare. We've built it with Japan, and it's a mission that will look at the role that clouds and aerosol have in the Earth radiation budget. How do we do this? We do it understanding the requirements from the science community, building the right satellites, and providing those data to the users. We do this in the context of UNFCCC with a dedicated program called Climate Change. We work with the science community on the climate variable. We put in common all the available resources in terms of data sets coming from the different free line of action, but also complementing those with the national missions and those coming from the international partners. And we also work very closely in terms of making sure the data quality is the right one, the continuity is the right one. And today, what is very relevant, I think, in the role that an agency like ESA has, is not just the variety of the data offering we have, the volumes, the collaboration which allows to access third-party missions in a mode of collaboration with partners internationally to support the provision of data sets to those who need it. We work a lot with ECMWF. ECMWF uses science data sets from ESA, Copernicus data sets for operational use. They manage the climate service. So I think what's really relevant is for ESA, being an agency, understanding science and operational user requirements from the MET community through EUMETSAT, from Copernicus through the European Union collaboration from the science community, and developing the right mission to support those challenges, giving the right quality data, and also demonstrating the relevance in support of specific thematics. We just spoke about the hurricanes. We also work, and we founded with CNES on the International Charter on Disaster. You know, the last 2 hurricanes happened at 2 weeks apart. 5 hurricanes, and the NOAA colleague will know much better than me, happened in just one season. It never happened. It shows us the trend in terms of increase of extreme weather events. And what do we do there? We have mechanism of collaboration to provide data. And actually this time, for the last hurricane in the US, it was the charter was even triggered by USGS before the hurricane happened. So very strong mechanism, I would say, of collaboration through space agencies in support of climate and general trends in the environmental sector.
Thank you for this explanation. I come back to you, Philippe, now. France has always been at the forefront of adaptation and mitigation in terms of fighting climate change. And CNES has led, we've been talking right now about the Charter on Natural Disasters. CNES has led many initiatives at the international and national level to develop decision-makers tools and to develop and enhance contacts with the industry regarding climate change. Can you talk a little bit about it and explain to us?
Yes, well, the first thing I want to mention, I mean, if we want to talk about fighting climate change, the first thing as any organization we have to do is we have to do our own job, which is already to reduce our own carbon footprint when on our daily activities. So this is, I think that all of us try to do that in our own organization, and of course we try to do it too. We have also a specific mission, at least for the space industry, which is located in France, where we basically are asked by our government to really try to improve the carbon footprint and reduce the carbon footprint of the industry. So that's something we do jointly with Airbus, with Thales, and with all the space partners that are located in France. But of course, I mean, it's of course the first step, but I mean, it has to be mentioned because we have to do it. Of course, on top of that, I mean, it's very similar to what you said, Simonetta. I mean, we have to listen to the community to really understand what are the needs. So this is the need of the scientific community on one side, this is the need also of the operational community, I would say, and to basically understand what are the missions that we need to do, what we need to build. And we have to be very cautious also to, in this environment, to be sure that the mission we are designing are missions that are not too much redundant with other existing missions, and that really fill gaps. I think that you use the terms, but that's really essential, that fill gaps for the future, because they either answer to a scientific requirement, because science community needs a better measurement of something, or a new data which is not available today, for instance, or operational requirements that are not fulfilled. On top of making missions, and I'm sure I will come back to that, and we have many nice missions we could talk about. I think that as space agency, we also have, I would say, a duty to ensure that space data are available to all people, starting, of course, I mean, of course, we all know that these data, when they come roughly from space, I mean, are difficult to handle, so we have to put the mechanisms in place, not necessarily by ourselves, but we have to ensure that, I mean, the data are taken care of, that they are easily available, and that they can be translated into applications. Again, it does not mean that we as space agencies have to build the applications. I mean, I wish we could, but I'm not sure that we have enough people to do that. So even if you put together ISAC, CNES, ASI, and I mean, so of course we rely on private players, we rely on many people, but it's very, very important to turn these data into application. And in this respect, I mean, the SCO and the Space for Climate Observatory, this initiative is, I think, a very, very good example of what we should do, because we all sit around the same table, space agencies, but also operational agencies of many partners all over the world. I think that there are more than 30 countries that are involved today, 50 signatories, and we all work together to ensure that there are applications that are easily available to all the partners. I think that today we are close to have something like 100 different kind of applications that are available for the different partners. They are locally adapted, so typically one application that has been developed in one continent, it can be easily adapted to another one, and it's a great platform, so to share and to be better together.
Thank you very much. I think we can move to ASI and say, so you've listened how ESA is working, the very strong focus that has been underlined by Philippe on end users and final services and application, how we can, what's the role of an agency to develop that. So what is, how ASI is taking up this role in producing and transforming data for end users and decision makers.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to say one important thing. We have a very wide program in Earth observation. There is a reason.
A bit, can you speak a bit louder?
Is it now? Okay. Okay. So there is a reason why we are investing so much in Earth observation. Our country has a lot of weakness. Many of them are generated by climate change now, which is becoming a very big challenge. And I would like to say that we are fully coordinated in Europe. We have programs. We have a forum like this, the CO, which allow us to be coordinated and work in order to fill the gaps. So this is very important element, and many things have already been said. And we work on three different areas. First is mission. Second is availability of data. We produce data and distribute data. We have to make our best. And the third is support development, application, and services. On the first, our mission are always devoted to solve environmental challenges. We have Cosmo, we have Prisma. Prisma is very important for detecting impact of climate change on our society. That is very important. In the last period, have been complemented more and more by missions that are aimed to solve climate issue. One important example of the complexity that we are going to face when we make our work as agency is represented by a particular mission that is Maya. Maya is a mission we make in cooperation with NASA, and this mission is very complex because it has various components. One component is space, and we have the satellite, but we have also ground-based sensor, the sanitary service of the countries where we have target areas, which will give us data. All the data will be put together and we processed by a community of users that will give us some studies for epidemiological studies and something that will be for the benefit of everybody. This is the way we are going to face in the future. We are more complex situation where space is only one segment of the entire. We are also another good example at national level. We have a similar situation with the Iride constellation. So this is what we do at space segment level. When we go on the ground, on the production of data and distribution of data, we are consulting all the various stakeholders, in particular users, various community of users. We have understood that there is a big demand of data, of preprocessed data. So we have, what we have done, we are developing in our establishment in Matera a laboratory related to Earth observation and integrated application with a particular focus on the Mediterranean area. This is a geopolitical area where everything happens, and the climate is giving a big impact in terms of challenges. And this is the reason why we have activated more lines in order to create a sort of living lab where we will make available data lakes from our mission, from also from Sentinels, from mission, from corporations, in order to give to the user more friendly access to data. This is one important point. We have already started to deliver our Map Italy, is a database of observation of our country, may be extended. And the last, I would like to say, we have a dedicated program for application and services. It's a recurrent call, and the 50% of this the contract we assign is for climate change. And this is just to show how it's important.
Thank you very much. What is really interesting here is that we can see that at the various level, all the agencies are really looking to their communities. You're looking at the Mediterranean, obviously, because it's one of it's under a huge stress. In France, we've been working on cities, on the coastline, because we have a very heavy coastline, and we are measuring, we are focusing on the sea rise level and things like that. And as you mentioned, Stephen, you were focused on fires, and you've developed a specific tool. So in the near future, if we look in the next 5 or 10 years, which tool will you decide? How do you decide? How have you decided that you want to develop this instead of another tool? Or how do you listen to your communities, to your stakeholders, to say, okay, I want to develop this because it's of tantamount importance for us? So how does it work in NOAA?
Absolutely. Well, we do use the processes to have that constant communication with our users. We also enjoy partnerships around the world with space agencies and other governments that help influence and help us make decisions on what the right move is in a global context. Further, other partnerships, like our partnership with NASA, helps us to embrace innovation and understand where the possibilities are to deliver those important information streams to everyone. One key aspect of helping us making sure that for climate, that we understand and we apply and make the right decisions for climate, is NOAA has adapted an equitable climate services action plan. The specific plan for NOAA guides us to ensure that all of the people around the world and the people that use our information are aware and they have accessibility for that information. It focuses at the local level. So we operate globally, but we also focus the needs at the local level. It injects an understanding of socioeconomic impacts. And it builds, at the same time, and adjusts and reinforces our posture at NOAA to ensure we have the workforce to make sure that this service plan provides equal access to data, both equally observing and equally providing the information to all of our users. And I think a great example of practicing that particular plan was just a month ago. We went to Anchorage, Alaska, and we held the Alaska Next Generation Satellite Workshop. In collaboration with the University of Alaska at Fairbanks, we gathered local communities, executives, scientists, and flight programs to talk about the specific needs that they have in Alaska. And we learned key things. In that particular region and in many regions around the world, access is the first thing to determine and how to figure out. We have incredible assets, but we need to get that to the users. And in many areas, that's quite a challenge. And through many conversations in Alaska, we came up with this impressive understanding of not just what the observation requirements were, but how the local community would access our information, understand the information that we're putting out from our satellite systems, and then make decisions upon them. And that was highly influential and will, again, reinforce our posture for this way to provide climate services to all people.
So you, just to make sure I really understand, this discussion you had at the regional level in Alaska, was it something that you initiated like a while ago? Or is it something you started because you thought that there was specific needs to be met there and you wanted to listen to what they had to, what their expectations were? So you organized that not only in Alaska but in other regions, or is it something very special you've been doing on this, for this community?
So we have access to all the communities to be able to do that, but we do have plans to do that in many places. That format seems to work quite well. And I think it's important to be able to have those types of engagement. The information is quite unique that allows us to articulate our agency, articulate with our partners the right information for key challenges in areas like Alaska, but we would go to other places as well around the world.
Thank you, thank you. So if I go back at the ESA level, so it's kind of a mirror question. How do you ensure that science and operational programs that I provided, that will provide data, remains accessible and relevant for the whole community? What's the process there? How do you grasp it?
Yes, part of the job that the space agencies do, but ESA also does, is to make sure the data are accessible. And they're also accessible in consistent formats, because as we saw here, there's a very strong dimension of international collaboration. Just to mention, no Arctic Center is using Copernicus data. And I mean, really, the collaboration here is very strong. We were also in Greenland like 2 weeks ago, working with scientists from both parts of the ocean, looking at the ISAT, the cryosat mission, and showing the relevance of the work done in terms of ice evolution, ice melting, and all of, you name it. So the collaboration dimension is fundamental. So what you need to do, two things, and that's part of the job we're doing with the industry in Europe, developing platforms which are relevant for user accessibility, and that's part of what ESA, for example, is doing in the collaboration with ICMWF on Destination Earth and on digital twin of the Earth. So we make sure that you have mechanism and infrastructure which allow users, end users, no matter if they're scientific or institutional, to access the data easily. The users, they don't care if the data come from a national, European, or another mission. They want to have the data they need. So the platforms that we are developing, and we're actually trying to harmonize all the work that ESA has done in the last years in platforms, in trying to have one set of platform and not 20. We before had thematic platforms, and we now try to really streamline that. And that's an effort we're doing in terms of accessibility, usability of the data, easy accessibility of the data. The standards is also another domain where we're working real hard in collaboration with international partners and in Europe, again with industry. And there, for example, we are developing standards at ESA which are really promoting some standards that are also, I would say, recognized worldwide. And we do that how? For example, through the collaboration we have in CEOS, the committee of 30 space agencies worldwide, where ESA's role has been always to promote standardized data sets and products which have been developed in Europe but can be usable by the entire worldwide community. So developing standards, promoting those standards, and we have in the platform domain, a platform, for example, that we've developed with NASA called MAP, which is really making usable, accessible mission from really both sides of the ocean. So the platform and the standardization, I think, are two key elements that we are really working hard on in terms of making the users easily accessing those data sets.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have, with CNES and with Philippe, other type of very close link with end users. And it would be interesting to listen to you how CNES is organizing its specific links with communities, not only academic communities, but also academic communities and different type of end users. Can you explain to us how you're working?
Yeah, it's when you start a space mission, and I would say it's true for Earth observation, but not only. I mean, you have, of course, first to understand what are the requirements, what are the needs of the scientific community, and what are the needs of the what we call operational community. So, and this is really very important, because if you don't listen carefully to the scientific community and to its need, well, you develop scientific missions that are well, not always very useful. And you have also to be careful when you develop your space mission to be sure that you are technically not too much optimistic. So to be sure that at the end you will be able to make the mission, you will be able to make the instrument and try to make it in time, not too late. So this is really part, but sorry, and this is really the daily job of a space agency, but it's really to take into account not only the requirements and the need, but also what is available, what are we able to do today? And of course you want to do better than yesterday, but if you are too optimistic or too ambitious, yeah, well, you might deliver for too late. So that's really very important. Then you have to share, and that's something which is very important, because you want to share the data, of course, and I think we all say that, and it's very clear, and the format of the data and the fact that it is standardized is absolutely key. But you also want to share the risk and the cost. Sorry, it's very trivial, but I mean, it's also very important. And this is also one of the reasons why we cooperate so much, I think, between different agencies, because you want to share the cost and you want to share the risk. And this is a very, and also you want to share, and you want also, of course, to share also the technical capacities of the different countries and of the different agencies. And this is all together, this is this whole package that make a mission successful or not. And well, I think we had great success over the last few years. I'm thinking, of course, of the cooperation with the US of SWOT, which is an amazing mission, which provides very, very good and very accurate data on the level of the sea and of the water. So it's an amazing cooperation that we have, but it's also true with CO2 measurements, with Merlin, with microcarb, which is coming, but and also with, of course, with cooperation with our Chinese and Indian partners too. So we really try to put this at the core of our contributions.
Thank you. You've all of you have highlighted the growing need, future need for data to fight against climate change. If we're almost at the end of this plenary, if I finish with this last question to Azi, how do you plan to meet these growing needs? How do you collaborate with end users to optimize this data and look into the future? How do you do this?
Okay, I would like just to take some point that Filippa just said. In our experience, we understood that what is important is to give the right answer at the right time. This is the point. On environment, on climate change, we need to be fast, very fast. From fast time, we say fast time to exploitation. Is a new word keyword that we are using at ASI. What we have changed our way we design our mission. We passed from a generational approach to an evolutionary approach. So, and the secret is a continuous and very close cooperation with communities of users and communities of technological providers, not to be ready when the requirements is there and the user consolidate the requirement. In this sense, participation to international forum like this, like GEO, like user forum of Copernicus, we have also a table of national level, is helping us to consolidate requirements in a structured way, and this make our intervention more effective. We optimize our investment. We also are able to coordinate with our partner. We have cooperation with, we work with these, our programs. We have a big national program. We have to coordinate with them. Otherwise, we deliver the same product without no added value. We need to cover fill all the gaps. This is important for us. And this was one of the main changes that we have done. We have generally radically changed our way we conceive the missions. This is, we are applying this on all our system now. One good example, we are making the joint development with ISA, IRIDE, this constellation, which is conceived as a constellation of constellation, is made to evolve, to include other sensors. The concept is important, regardless of the result. The first configuration, we will have first configuration with 8 services. That is important. This service with this constellation will feed services, and then we'll have maybe other additional requirement for joining other services. And one important point, we are creating in our National Recovery Fund this living lab where community of users, institutional, non-institutional, may meet academy, industry, agency, and research institution in order to think about new ideas, new tools for future mission, future application and services. This is the way, and this is something that will be operative in the next 2 years and will be open to everybody. We will invite other agency, university, and we will meet all together in order to design the mission of the future. That is.
Well, thank you very much. We reached the end of this session. Thank you very much. I just have a very quick question to Florence Rabier that is coming from the audience, which is saying, how far into the future can the Earth's digital twin accurately predict the weather? Do you have a very short answer to that so we we finish on time.
Yes, so it's different between predicting the weather and predicting the climate. So for predicting the weather, we can do it accurately in the next few days, and then it's sort of anomalies. It's going to be warmer or colder in the next few weeks, and then it's big patterns in the next few months. And then the digital twin of climate that we can do in the next decades. But again, it's not predicting weather, it's predicting its projection of the climate. And this is the digital twin of the climate.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. We certainly are very impressed by the way the space industry, community, international agencies, national agencies are collaborating and putting a lot of effort and money, we know that, into trying to help society and to fight against climate change. So big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
So judges, please be on the stage before we move on. We have to take pictures together. But we also have next sessions on this auditorium. So judges and the startups, please be up on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen in the front here, may I ask you to clear a bit the area because we need to prepare for the setup of the next highlight lecture. Thank you.
The clickers here as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats as we proceed? Thank you very much and welcome to this second highlight lecture of Thank you for being here for this second highlight lecture. And this highlight lecture is titled Viewing the Freshwater Crisis from Space, a World of Drought and Flood Extremes. And when we chose this topic as for a highlight lecture, we did not know what would happen here in Europe in terms of floods that happened last month. So I think this topic and talking about this topic is extremely up to date today. This highlight lecture will present an overview of the global freshwater hazards and demonstrate how space science is making a significant difference in our ability to cope with such extreme events utilizing satellite data that directly target these problems. And it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our speaker here, Professor Bates. He is a professor at the University of Bristol, and he will be your speaker for this highlight lecture. So please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for coming to see me at this late hour. I understand there's beer going on in the exhibition hall, so I'm doubly grateful that you've sacrificed the possibility of a beer to come and listen to me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the freshwater crisis and particularly about the topics of floods and droughts, and also think a little bit about what space can do for us in that respect. So just by way of background on global flood and drought risk. Well, we have some data over a period of time that are global averages of the losses due to these hazards. If we look in a UN database called MDAT, we can see that global flood losses over approximately a 20-year period, affect on average about 75 million people a year. They cause on average about $40 billion in damages and an awful lot of fatalities. Droughts as well over that same period. From 1998 to 2017, caused about $124 billion of damage. And in 2022 alone, $32 billion of losses due to droughts was estimated. And these are probably gross underestimates of the amount of losses and impacts that we face. These global scale databases only really include the very largest events. So we know that all the small attritional impacts are not recorded in these events. And we also know that there's significant upward pressure as well as a result of two things: climate changes and also population increases and migration. So let's have a look at a few examples of events that have been in the news recently that are instructive. And one particular one I'd like to look at just now is the Pakistan floods of 2022. You can see in this nice slide from the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission and NASA that there is some very nice, let's go back. There we go, there's the beamer. So you can see the extent of, or the area of Pakistan that was impacted by these floods. And you can also see the rainfall accumulations. 2.5-month rainfall accumulations upwards of 1,000 millimetres. 7-day forecast rainfalls upwards of 500 millimetres. And these are incredible amounts of water falling. And around about 1,700 people died in this event. It's a truly tragic loss of life. The flooding covered almost 10% of Pakistan and impacted tens of millions of people, as well as significant economic losses. And I thought also, because I was in Italy, I'd look at the recent Emilia-Romagna floods from May 2023. And these events caused a similar amount of damage to the Pakistan floods, but far fewer deaths. And that's a typical... Closer. Is that better? Okay. Sounds quite loud to me on stage. And also caused the cancellation of the F1 Grand Prix that year as well, which I'm sure was not good news in Italy. In terms of droughts, it's a similar story. We've had globally significant droughts in the US, causing multiple tens of billions of US dollars of economic losses. In Brazil at the moment, the Amazon River is at a 120-year low at the river gauge in Manaus, and you can see that graph in the lower left corner. And in Europe 2022, we had a significant 1 in 500-year return interval drought, and you can see the mapping of the drought impacts across the whole continent. And these things might not actually be disconnected. There's good reasons to believe that there are some connections between droughts and floods. In fact, the Pakistan floods and the Emilia-Romagna floods both followed periods of extensive droughts. The period before the Pakistan floods was actually a heat wave in that country. And the preceding year to the Emilia-Romagna floods was that significant European drought that I've just talked about. And there's lots of suggested physical mechanisms why that might actually be scientifically sensible, that these things are connected. We certainly know that low soil moisture leads to greater convection in the atmosphere and therefore increased precipitation. Soil sealing can lead to reduced infiltration and greater runoff. And we also know that there are also factors that mitigate against that. So it's not a very clear picture. But we know at least there are some things that may make flooding post-drought more likely. So let's have a think about what climate change might do to all these patterns. And here's some plots of from a paper that I co-authored that came out earlier this year, which show how extreme rainfalls, extreme river flows, and sea levels are changing over the 21st century. And this is a combination of CMIP5 and CMIP6 data. So what you can see is that the spatial patterns for those different drivers of river flooding are very different. And that leads to a very distinct geography of overall changes in risk and loss. Extreme rainfalls. Well, rainfall increases more or less everywhere. So in these graphs, green colours are an increase above historical baseline. Red colours, or browny colours, are a decrease from historical baseline. And you can see that for extreme rainfall, most places it's increasing. Some places in relative terms quite markedly, typically places where it's already dry, but still increases over most parts of the world. Sea level as well, that also increases in most places by a spatially variable amount, depending on how close you are to the poles, as a result of isostatic rebound and glacial unloading. But nevertheless, the trend is almost universally upwards. For extreme river flows, it's a much more mixed picture. There's a combination of browns and greens in these graphs. In lots of places, actually, extreme river flows are forecast to go down. And we can think in a little bit about reasons why that might be. And you probably can't see it on these graphs, but there's quite a difference in the level of certainty we have over these changes as well. We're much less certain about what the future changes in extreme river flow might be, because predicting river flows is much more complex than predicting rainfalls or sea levels. The causes of that are fairly well known. In terms of rainfall, it's the Clausius-Clapeyron effect. This is the mechanism by which warmer atmospheres hold more moisture. If they can hold more moisture, more can precipitate. And for very short duration events, researchers have also seen what's known as super Clausius-Clapeyron scaling, by which moisture content increases by more than 7% per degree. We also have dynamical atmosphere changes. We have sea level rise due to steric effects. That's the heating up of the oceans, and also ice sheet melting. We've got vegetation changes and reduced snow melt because of increased snow melt because of increased temperatures. But then for river flows, even though we're expecting more rain, some of the time that increased rainfall falls on drier ground because the intra-event periods are drier and there's more evapotranspiration during them. And therefore, that's the reason why the picture for river flows in the future is much more spatially mixed. Put all those things together, and we can use numerical models to come up with some spatial patterns of global flood hazard change. And again, this is a plot from one of our latest papers, where we've built a global flood inundation model at 30-meter resolution and used that to simulate both current areas at risk of flooding and the areas of risk in flooding under two different climate scenarios. SSP 2.1, 2.6, you could think of that as a best-case scenario. If we stick to the Paris Agreement targets, that dark blue line is probably where we will track. We're not on it at the moment. We're tracking somewhere above that. So the other line is possibly, you could think of as a plausible worst-case scenario. That's SSP 5, 8.5. And that's what happens if we really miss the Paris Agreement targets and the climate turns out to be a lot more sensitive to CO2 than we currently think. So, in reality, we're tracking somewhere in the middle, but here are two M members that bracket where we might go in the future. And the shaded areas that you see are uncertainty, because the CMIP6 and CMIP5 models have a spread. There's a number of models in those ensembles, and the shaded area represents the model spread about the mean tendency. And what you can see in this is that, if we stick to the Paris Agreement targets, as soon as we hit peak CO2, actually flood hazards stabilize and stop rising. But if we track on SSP at 8.5, then those increases in hazards are still going on towards the end of the century, particularly for sea level rise, which I'm sure you know, keeps rising for centuries after we hit peak CO2 emissions. Sea level rise is still increasing in 2300, even if we stopped all CO2 inputs to the atmosphere right now. And then drought is a similar kind of process as well. It's a complex interplay of changing temperature, precipitation, and human decisions. We've got more rainfall in most places, some exceptions, but also we've got higher temperatures, more evapotranspiration, drier soils, and a reduced snowpack. And therefore, drought becomes much more frequent in the 21st century. There's a very nice plot in a paper by Sato et al. that looks at the frequency of drought days by the mid-21st century. And you can see in the images that there's a lot of parts of the world where drought days become much more frequent. And again, just like floods, what they show in this paper is there's a significant difference between the climate scenarios we might track on. Again, just as in our paper, they're bracketing the end members. Best case scenario and plausible worst case. Where we are at the moment is probably somewhere in between, but you can't tell what emissions are going to look like. So emissions scenarios make a big difference to the change in frequency of droughts. And there's also a big difference in people's ability or the economic impact of those. That's not spatially constant either. So this is some World Bank analysis which shows the economic costs of droughts from 1994 to 2014. Not for all of the world. I mean, some parts of the globe here are grey shaded out. But for the areas where the World Bank were able to get data, you can see significant variations in the cumulative mean costs of drought as a percentage of GDP. And many of the places that are least well able to cope have the highest ratios in this respect. And whilst I'm a physical scientist, it's clear that we also need to think about what's happening with humans on the planet as well. Risk is a function of both a hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. And we know that populations are increasing in some parts of the world and stabilizing and even falling in others. Particularly over Africa, climate is projected to grow extremely quickly. And it's not just population change, it's also migration, aging, urbanization, and a concentration of risk. So even these headline figures conceal potentially an awful lot of concentrations of risk in particular parts of the world. Now, this is a space conference, so we ought to think about the role of space in monitoring the hydrological cycle. And the answer is that there's an awful lot that the space community can offer. There's a very nice diagram here from a paper that was published quite recently, showing the huge variety of remote sensing techniques we can deploy in order to help monitor the hydrological cycle and measure essential climate variables. It goes everything from drones operating a few hundred meters above the deck, right up to geostationary meteorological satellites in orbit tens of thousands of kilometers above the Earth. And the main space agencies have for years produced programs to monitor particular important aspects of the water cycle. However, if we're thinking about floods and droughts, we have a big challenge for the space community, and that is intermittency. Floods and droughts are, by their very nature, rare events. They happen infrequently. They're transient, sometimes very transient. And often, we're interested in events that have not occurred in the past. We're interested in knowing what's the impact of the 1 in 500-year drought or the 1 in 100-year flood. Something that our ground and satellite instrumental records are very unlikely to have mapped in all the places that we might be concerned about. And we also want to know what's going to happen in the future as well. And for that reason, and that's not something we can yet design a satellite to help us with, and therefore we have a challenge, and that is to fuse the data that we get from satellites with numerical environmental models in order to be able to interpolate and extrapolate to both into extreme events and into the future. Unfortunately, this work is ongoing. We have a strong community of scientists fusing satellite data with numerical modeling. And numerical modelers like myself are increasingly brought into discussions about satellite missions, so we can advise on exactly the variables that we need to improve our techniques. So, for the rest of the lecture, I'm going to talk just a little bit about what satellites we have available for monitoring the water cycle. Here's a standard USGS diagram of the water cycle. It's the kind of thing that you teach in primary school these days. Certainly you do in the UK. And it's something you're all probably very familiar with. And the message really from this talk, if you wanted to go home with one or two take-home messages, is that now for the first time, we really have the majority, almost all major elements of the water cycle being able to be measured from space. So, for example, we have a group of satellites, ISAT-2, Cryosat, that measure snow and ice on the Earth's surface. We have missions like SMAP, which measure soil moisture. GRACE and GRACE Follow-On, which measure groundwater storage and changes in total water storage at reasonable resolutions across the planet. GPM measures precipitation. And then we have a whole bunch of both optical images like MODIS and various synthetic aperture radars, as well as Landsat and altimetry, which measure the freshwater cycle. And the one thing we've really been missing, which has been solved relatively recently, has been an ability to measure both stream flow, river slopes, and lake levels across the whole planet in high fidelity. And that's a gap that's been recently filled by the Surface Water Ocean Topography Satellite mission. There was a joint program of NASA, CNES, the Canadian Space Agency, and the UK Space Agency. I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end of my talk, because that's a mission that I've been involved in for the last 20 years. So, we now have almost all elements of the water cycle mapped. So let's have a look at some of these satellites, because some of the technology that's being deployed is really quite incredible. Now, this is one I'm not involved with, but it's the one that I personally find most fascinating in terms of how it works. And this is GRACE and its successor, GRACE Follow-On. Now, GRACE stands for the Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment, and it actually measures the change in total water surface on planet Earth. Typically about 300-kilometer resolution and monthly or bi-monthly timescales. So fairly coarse space and timescales, but the way it does this is fascinating. So there are two satellites in orbit. They're both about the size of a regular car. And the distance between the two satellites is measured extremely precisely with a microwave link. So as these satellites travel over the Earth's surface, very small variations in the Earth's gravity field cause these satellites to either slow down or speed up as they go over things like mountain belts or areas of ice or large bodies of water which are changing in time. And because there are two satellites, as the first one starts to transit, say, a mountain belt, it changes speed, and the distance between it and the following satellite changes. And then, as the second one catches up, it too feels the gravity mass underneath it, and its speed, therefore, starts to match the first. And by measuring how these satellites are changing in position relative to each other, we can effectively, with the accelerometers and gravimeters on board, actually weigh the column of the column of Earth between the top of the atmosphere to the middle of the core, all the way down to the center. And if you think about it, the only thing that's changing in that column is water. You know, water's moving around on the planet. The mountains are pretty fixed. They don't change too much, at least not on these timescales. But water moves around a lot, and therefore we can see that from space. So here, for example, is the Amazon flood wave. This is an annual time series of 15-day average storage anomalies from GRACE. So this is measured in centimeters, and if you can think about it, is the volume of water changing as you go. I'm not sure this pointer works terribly well on the screen, but what you can see in the lower set of panels is that there's let's go from top to bottom. So the red is areas of extra water. And you can see the rain band moving from north to south over the Amazon. And you can see the flood wave actually moving down the river system and out to sea. And then as you go through to the second half of the year, the rain belt is over the northern tributaries of the Amazon. And again, those are then getting activated and kicking off and pouring water down into the main stem. So there you have it. We can see the Amazon flood waves from space by tracking the weight of water. Quite astounding. And similarly, we can do the same for drought because groundwater levels being depressed by drought conditions can be seen in the GRACE data. And this is an animation from Isabella Vellacona's group at University of California, Irvine, which shows a drought severity index changing over time. And this is fantastically useful information for anything from government planners to, I don't know, if you were focusing on spot markets for agricultural products, this might be really good information for you. So, GRACE, fantastically interesting satellite, measures storage. More obvious for the water cycle would be something that measures precipitation, and there we have satellites over time that have done this. A particular one is GPM, the Global Precipitation Measurement Mission. And this is a dual frequency radar and a multi-channel microwave imager. And that gives us precipitation values, more or less at a reasonably high resolution, 10-kilometer spatial resolution, and 30-minute in time. And that's a fantastic input to hydrological models to try and simulate water flows over the land surface. Now, just a digression, I should say in this, if I don't mention your favorite satellite, I do apologize. I do have a slight confession to make. I'm not actually a satellite person. I'm a numerical modeler. I just happen to know and use satellites for particular purposes. So if there is your favorite satellite and I'm not mentioning it, it's not because I don't like it, it's just because I'm probably not very aware of exactly what it does. So you can put me right in the questions and we'll talk about it afterwards. So if you can measure large changes in storage and you can measure precipitation, you probably want a mission that can give you some kind of fine-grained detail on soil moisture. Because floods, you've got to have two things: tons of rainfall and also wet ground to start off with. If you have one or the other, you probably don't have a flood. If you get them together, your problems are going to be magnified. And that connection is a very non-linear relationship. So measuring soil moisture at the surface in high detail and hopefully precision is going to be really important. And the instrument that does that is called SMAP, the Soil Moisture Active Passive. And it combines a radar and a radiometer with this really quite weird 6-meter rotating antenna that goes across the surface. But what it gives you is volumetric soil moisture for the top 5 centimeters of the soil column. At, again, pretty high resolution, 9 kilometers, and every 2 to 3 days, which, given that soil moisture changes a little less rapidly than precipitation, that's not so bad. And here we see an image of the soil saturation status for flooding that happened in North Carolina in October 2015. And the dark blue here is extremely saturated soils. And this was a huge event, and you can see exactly why it was such a widespread regional flooding issue from the extent of the saturation that was measured by SMAP. So, we have ways of getting the inputs to the flooding problem. What about the downstream consequences? And actually, for a very long time, we've had instruments that have done this, all the way back to the very first Landsat missions. But we have both optical and synthetic aperture radars that measure flood extent from space, with varying degrees of fidelity and accuracy. So here on the left, you see some MODIS and Landsat data of Porto Alegre in Brazil. And you can see it's very obvious where the flood waters are. And on the right, I've put a satellite SAR image from the ERS-1 satellite, now defunct, of flooding on the River Meuse on the Dutch-Belgian border from January 1995 that I used in one of my very early papers post my PhD. And you can see that you can pick out the smooth black water surface against the speckly, noisy land. But you can also see in this image the problem of doing this. It's quite hard to pick out areas of flooding in SAR and get that precisely correct. Nevertheless, we have SARs that do that. And if you go to airborne SARs that are a bit more tuned and tunable, you can sometimes do a really good job. So this is some data from another one of my papers. This is airborne synthetic aperture radar data from a military X-band radar system that was flown over some floods that occurred in the UK in November 2000. And we managed to prize the data out of the UK military. They didn't tell us very much about how the instrument worked, but you can see from the imagery that it's really impressive. So this is 1 meter resolution airborne SAR, and it's much easier to pick out the difference between wet and dry areas. And what you see here is basically an urban area in the middle of the floodplain. And the reason it's there is it sits on a very slight island, and therefore it's almost completely protected from the floods. And then let's think about the mission that I'm most involved in. And this is something called the Surface Water Ocean Topography Mission. And this was, again, a partnership of very different space agencies with quite a large budget. But this is the first swath-based altimeter. So altimeters measure surface water heights, and up till the advent of SWAT, the only instruments we had were nadir pointing. They measured in a line directly beneath the instrument. Now, SWAT has one of those as well. You can see nadir altimeter there on the graph. But it also has 2 interferometric radars. Of course, it's got 2 interferometric radars. You'd need 2 radars to do interferometry. Nevertheless, what SWAT is able to do is swath-based measurements of height. So instead of lines of height data hundreds of kilometers apart, we now have almost the entire planet completely mapped and water elevation recorded in a vast array of freshwater habitats and locations. Now, SWAT launched in December 2022 with a 3.5-year mission lifetime, and the data look fantastic. They're by far exceeding their performance characteristics. And so we're be able to do some really amazing things. So SWAT measures the whole global ocean. Lakes, rivers greater than 50 meters wide, lakes bigger than 6 hectares, so pretty small, every 10 days to decimetric accuracy. And it sees global rivers and lakes in incredible detail that we've never seen before. So these are the SWAT observable rivers, a total of over 200,000 separate river reaches that we can now see and measure the elevation of from space. Similarly with lakes, these are all the global lakes that we can now measure the height of. Nearly 6 million of them. You know, imagine if you're, I don't know, Canada, Finland, one of these northern countries with huge numbers of lakes in your country. Yeah, I'd hesitate to think how many level gauges were installed on Canadian lakes prior to the advent of SWAT. I'm going to guess that the Canadian government had access to a few hundred to a few thousand lake levels. With the advent of SWAT, it's going to have access to millions. It's going to see all these lakes across the tundra going up and down in response to their hydrological connections and the local hydrological signal. It's a fantastic database of environmental change. And just to give you a taste of what that might look like, here's some data from Jida Wang of the University of Illinois, which shows SWAT measured mean water surface elevations on global lakes over a 5-month period at the start of this year. And you can see, for example, the high elevation of lakes on the Tibetan Plateau and along the Andes chain in Chile. You can see the vast number of lakes across northern territories. You know, Canada is almost completely painted in. There are so many lakes there above 6 hectares that SWOT is now measuring. Quite astounding data. You know, we went from terra incognita with nothing, practically nothing there, to more data than we know really how to use at the moment. And that's the challenge, is to over the next few years, is to sort that out. And by fusing SWOT data with other algorithms, with numerical models, we can do a couple of things. We can actually measure river discharge from space. And where SWOT data is of high quality, the results are really spectacular. So here's just one example study. This is the Marioni River, and you can see how the SWOT is able to track the values recorded at an in situ gauge with quite high confidence. If we can do that in all 200,000 river reaches globally, we'll be able to do things like, for the first time, measure the water running off the continents into the oceans, and actually be able to put a measured number on that rather than just kind of best guess. And lastly, on the right-hand panel, you can see some research from my group at the University of Bristol, where we're actually taking the SWOT water elevation data, and those are the black dots. We're fitting the water surface slope that we expect through those data. So our fitting process is able to ignore outliers due to radar layover and shadow. And then we're able to use numerical models and hydrodynamic equations to infer where the riverbed should have been to create that observed water surface. And in this plot here, we're just looking at one single SWOT overpass. But SWOT's coming over every 10 days. Over the mission lifetime, we'll build up many tens, nearly 100 such plots for every river on the planet. Taking all those data and ingesting them into optimization frameworks, we should be able to back out unknown river bathymetry to first order for all the SWOT observable reaches. That's not something we'll be able to design a satellite to measure ever, probably. Or certainly there's nothing in the near to medium term that's going to solve that problem from space. But using the SWOT data and clever numerical models, we'll be able to back out this major unknown, which is critical if you want to build models to predict global flood extent. Knowing how much water is going down the river channels, even during floods, those still transport almost the majority of the flow. So knowing their size is really critical. And then lastly, there's some things that we can measure from space, which are really central or really important for water problems that have nothing to do with the hydrological cycle. And one of those things, something I described to Parag Vaiz earlier on today as unglamorous, is being able to measure the land surface elevation. It's not something that satellite agencies, they usually do it as an afterthought or as on the side, but actually it's critical to huge numbers of Earth science problems, from volcanoes to earthquakes to floods and droughts. Knowing the shape of the land surface is central because gravity is clearly a strong driving force to river flows. And actually the slope of the Earth's surface is what controls the gravitational driving force that's is a prime force in the dynamics of flood waves. So we do have some global terrain data sets from satellites. SRTM, flown in almost 25 years ago now, is one of them. And the key thing here is always to, what we need for most of our science studies is the bare Earth, whereas actually from satellites, what you get is the top of all the vegetation and building artifacts. So we've had a multi-year, multi-person effort to correct these global terrain data sets and get us back to bare Earth. And you can see here over the Mekong Delta the impact of doing that. So you can see all the speckle noise and wavelength and satellite roll errors in the original SRTM data. And once you've corrected that, you re-establish proper connections so water will flow over that digital terrain correctly and get to the sea. So there's lots of things like this that you might not think of as being important for the hydrological cycle, but are. I said earlier on that risks were a combination of hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. Actually, knowing what humans are doing to the Earth's surface is almost as important as the physical hazard itself. And to finish up the talk, there's many things still to do, and some of them are actually quite difficult. I mean, one thing that we should be able to do is to make the existing measurements we've got better. We could do with better ways of getting at evapotranspiration. Can't really measure it directly. You have to measure the things that contribute to it and then back evapotranspiration out with a numerical model. Terrain data could be better. If we use airborne systems, we use laser altimetry, and we get down to 10 centimeter vertical accuracy. Well, our current best satellite digital elevation data is meter level errors. So there's obviously a gap to be closed there. And you can see here some airborne LiDAR data that we use for studies in the UK. It's not a photo, it's not a photo, it's an air photo draped over the wire frame of a LiDAR data set. And then I think we've still got a lot to do in terms of river discharge as well to reduce some of the biases in methods we have at the moment. As I was saying, it's not just physical measurements, it's also things about what humans are doing. And here we'd like much better data on exposure and vulnerability in order to model risks. Increasingly, we're getting that through open building data sets. And here I've just put an image of the Google open building, but there's, other options are available. But more than just knowing where the buildings are, I mean, that's great, but we'd like to know what those buildings are, how they're constructed, who's living there, what's their socioeconomic status, how well able are they to cope with extreme events, how resilient are they, how can they recover. And if I'm thinking about floods, the big thing that I can't do at the moment very well is have a global map of where river flood defences and water resources infrastructure are. If we've got very good terrain data, we can do a good job of picking out where the flood defences might be. But for most of the world, we don't have that. Meter scale errors mean that and coarse spatial resolutions mean that we won't see flood defences in our global terrain data sets. If we improve that, we might be able to. But also, it's not just levees and flood banks. It's things like locks and dams and all the ways we control rivers and all the ways we hold water on the planet's surface and then release it at other times. Knowing how humans intervene in the hydrological system is also critical. And then to conclude, and I think there is some time for some questions if anybody is posting them, but just to give you a few takeaway messages from all of that. And the first obvious one is that with the launch of SWOT, satellites can now measure almost all aspects of the water cycle. Being able to measure river discharge has closed a gap in our water balance equations that previously was a quite glaring hole. The intermittency of floods and droughts is a real challenge for satellite providers. You need to think about a combination of satellite data and computer models if you're going to make progress. Space technology is not going to solve this on its own. It's interesting, it's useful, but in terms of a consistent, comprehensive solution, you're going to need to talk to numerical modelers to interpolate and extrapolate the satellite data that you get. But this model data ecosystem is developing rapidly, despite the fact that substantial research challenges remain. But it's an exciting time in the space science and hydrological modelling, and I hope that I've given you some flavour of that this evening. Thank you very much for listening and giving up beer. Thank you. So if there are questions, Martin here has kindly offered to run around the room with a microphone so you can call them out.
So, given that satellite data alone cannot solve the problems of flood and drought intermittency, what specific advancements in computer models are needed to complement satellite data for better water cycle management specifically? Like, what advancements do we need to develop? That's one.
Yeah. So we can do a good job, or the fields are developing rapidly. So we can do quite a good job of modeling areas at risk of flooding globally, down to really quite high spatial resolutions, around about 30 meters in the very MESS models. I think what would be really helpful is improving the quality of some of the data inputs into those. So if we're thinking about forecast models for hydrology, then improving the quality improving our ability to measure precipitation from space would be a really beneficial advance for the parts of the world which do not have good ground data, so ground meteorological stations. So I think it comes down to quality, if I was going to come up with a thing. Do what we do now, but let's do it better.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. So impressive measurements in terms of water quantity and altitude and so on. I wondered, in terms of water quality, things like harmful algal bloom and other things that can happen if we have data that can help assess the impacts.
That's a very good question. The optical satellites that we have been able to give us some indications on water quality for quite some time. But I don't think, until relatively recently, I've heard people talking about dedicated missions for water quality. But those discussions are now starting to happen. And over the past 18 months, 2 years, I have, it's not my field, but I have heard and talked to colleagues who've got a strong interest in developing those kinds of missions, mission concepts that might fly in the next 5 to 10 years, I guess. So the answer is it's something we can kind of dabble with optical satellites, but I don't think it's something we do very well at the moment, but we probably could. Thank you. Martin, there's...
Thanks a lot for the presentation. So you shared quite a lot of data concerning the Africa, Pakistan, and developing countries. And you obviously have analyzed quite a lot, but is this data free to share with those developing countries, especially who cannot afford having their own satellite and a processing power?
So, as I understand it, I mean, if it's NASA satellite data, it's free to air. I'm pretty sure that most ESA data is free to air as well. In terms of the downstream product, so if it's ingested into numerical models, then it depends who's doing that. So, for example, one of the things I do as well as my role at the university is I am chairman of a business that does flood risk analytics, and we build global maps of flood inundation. Now, we finance that by licensing the data to the insurers, which doesn't really help developing countries, you will say. Fortunately, one of the nice groups of people who licensed our data was the World Bank. And part of their mission was to make the data available. So actually for, I think about 20, really the most deprived, most war-torn, difficult countries, the data that we've commercially created is now available for free. So there are ingenious partnerships if somebody philanthropic like the World Bank chooses to intervene.
That's a great thing. And do you also have the capacity and capability to give them a pre-warning before a flood or a drought?
So people are doing that in particular parts of the world. I mean, there's a program at European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasting called GLOFAS, the Global Flood Alert System. And for particular places, for example, foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK funds people in my research team to take those flood forecasts and turn them into maps and then distribute them via Red Cross, Red Crescent and other humanitarian organizations in country in order to do things like establish airdrop locations, decide which roads are going to be impassable, identify where the main zones of risk are. So yeah, there's a free-to-air global program called GLOFAS at ECMWF, and then there's ad hoc local programs funded by some governments, for example, the UK government, to turn that into more tailored forecasts for particular places. So some of these things are ongoing. It's not perfect, but it's not completely bleak either.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, can you tell us which capabilities need to be developed or expanded in order to allow rapid response of ongoing events, whether it's detection or monitoring? Thank you.
So I would say, again, it comes back to the question I answered right at the start. There's quite a lot of low latency data for flood extent mapping, for example. Droughts are more kind of slow burn, so latency is less of an issue, but it's a really critical issue with floods. We have a bunch of satellites at the moment that can map floods from space, SARS, optical images, and some of those can be processed and turned around quite quickly. And there's been a lot of work on rapid flood extent mapping of the kind that you talk about. I'm more interested in using those data to validate my numerical models after the fact. And one of the things that I worry about when I come to do that is if I'm comparing my model to some data, that data's got to be of pretty high quality. Otherwise, the comparison doesn't really mean very much. And my experience of using rapidly developed flood extent maps is that the quality is hugely problematic. And if it's problematic for my model validation, it's also problematic for decision making. So I think really what needs to be, we need a very strong focus, not so much on rapid mapping, but on quality mapping. And I think the errors in the mapping technologies mapping algorithms we have at the moment are too high for decision making. But it depends on the decision and what you're trying to do in some respects. Sometimes imperfect data is good enough to take a decision. You don't need perfect foresight. But in general, I think quality needs to be improved.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the very clear presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm not going to ask about a specific satellite I like, but rather about a technique I'm interested in.
I'm sorry I didn't mention it. I'm sure I didn't.
No, it's fine, it's fine. It's about a technique rather than a satellite. So I wanted to hear what's your take on the potential of GNSS reflectometry in studying floods.
Oh, I'm not sure I even know what that technique is. So you'll have to explain it to me. So I'm going to say it's got great potential. Is that the right answer?
Okay, I like that. I like that. Thank you.
Tell me about it afterwards. I'm curious now.
Sure.
All right, so I'm always curious about what comes next. So now that you've had a good look at the SWOT data and been able to use it for a while, what follows it?
Well, I mean, it's only got a 3.5-year mission lifetime. So if we're thinking about floods, in most places, it won't see very much. What could we do? I mean, SWOT is a collaboration between the hydrology and the oceanography communities. The oceanographers have some strong requirements on the orbit in order to not alias the tides. But the orbit is optimal for surface water, so you could think of a SWOT follow-on with different orbit configurations, and maybe we can do that cheaper. I think something that's going to have longevity in orbit as well would be really helpful in terms of floods and droughts. these are extreme events. They happen in a given place very rarely, so you have to wait for quite a while in order to see something interesting. So that could be fixed. And I think there's a few little wrinkles with the SWOT data that we can iron out in a second version, but mostly the technique seems to be working better than we expected it to.
So you like the capability. The bottom line is more of it and continuity.
Exactly. Thank you. I think that looks like we're done. So I'll finish there and say thank you very much for coming along, listening. Thank you for the questions, and have a good rest of your week. Take care.